was such a great turf runner
Love the name.
for Rusty Arnold. So we'll see if he can show up here today. But, you know, going back to Super Design, Super Sabres having a heck of a meet here at Keeneland. The Norm Cassie runner was a very impressive in the race on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then
Which is on the main track.
On the main track.
turf.
And then Latruska. So she's by Super Sabre as well. So Super Sabre, that Derby winner, maybe can get another winner with Super Design in race number 4.
Yeah, and speaking of Latruska, Fausto Gutierrez has a couple of horses in later in the week. I know we're always working ahead. I think it'll be on Thursday's card or Friday, but good to see him coming with more than just Latruska.
Yeah, he's got one that he claimed, if I'm not mistaken, first off the claim. We'll see how that works out for him later on in the week. So that's race number 4. Let's go ahead to race number 7, which will be part of the late pick 5, the late pick 4, and does start the late daily double. 2 other than allowance race, optional $62,500 tag, 7 furlongs the distance, and thinking is a scratch, so down to a field of 6. Movie Moxie, to me, just simply is very good, and I think that she has found the perfect group to clear this 2 other than allowance race for Susan and Jim Hill and now Georgia Weaver. She ran a solid race at 7/8 last time out at Saratoga. She's run well here in the past at Keeneland, and we'll go ahead and roll back her last race at the Spa back in August. This was the first time that she had run since racing here at Churchill Downs. She turns for home with the lead. She'll back up a bit, and she was 5-1 on this day, and she's got good speed in these sprint races, and she can also show the ability to come from off the pace. Low head carriage, lays it down every time. She's made over $177,000. But more than anything, I think that they truly have found the right group here today to pick up win number 3 of their career. I don't think that any of these other fillies in here are quite at her level based on speed figures, based on what they have done lately. So give me clearly her on top. Then the 7-horse break Curfew for Rick Hiles. She'll be trying to rally from off the pace or sit close. She's a multi-dimensional filly like the one that I like on top. And then the number 6-horse Powder River for Norm Cassie. Norm touted this a week or so ago and said, everything that I'm going to be running at Keeneland is going to run well. And it has. They have run well. So anytime you see Norm Cassie in these last couple of weeks of the fall meet at Keeneland, you've got to pay attention to it. That's trainer Norm Cassie of the 6 Powder River. So 2-7-6 is where I'll go in race number 7.
My other key race here on today's card is going to be in the 8th race, and this is the one that wraps up the turf pick 3 as well as the pick 4 and the pick 5. Obviously, Brad Cox's horse down on the inside is the favorite, but I thought the 7-horse in here, Jakachi, had a shot mainly because this horse is stretching out. Kenny McPeak's barn does really good work at the fall meets here at Churchill when the races get longer and he gets a chance to stretch out these young horses. He was telling me a friend of his calls him McFall because of how well he does at these 2 meets. And so Jakachi's going to get to stretch out in this spot and also going to be on turf for the first time. That's a question mark. But if he can handle the turf, we're going to look at a race that he ran. His only start was on the dirt down at Churchill Downs at their September meet. And this horse is going to end up finishing 4th. But what's noteworthy out of here is the horse out in the middle of the track in the red cap that's going to win this race was a good thing from the Moquette barn. Was touted off works and ran to them and broke badly in this race. You don't see the start, but broke badly. Still ends up getting up to get the win over an Al Stahl filly that was well regarded as well coming off the layoff. So I think that was a really good race. And Jakachi finishes 4th, ran on well through the stretch, didn't really back up. So I think she'll improve stretching out. How well will she do as far as the surface change? And if she handles that well, I think Jakachi at 8-1 could be really interesting in here. But I don't know that, you certainly don't want a single. So I thought Twin Cause was worth a look from the Walsh barn. Raced at Kentucky Downs, got a bit of a wide trip. And then already charming the favorite down on the inside. Really impressive first time out. Then ran into California Angel last time, and California Angel came back here to win the Jessamine. And if you want to go even deeper, I thought the 6 and the 3 were worth a look at as well. But Jakachi may be able to get home at a little bit of a price there in that last race.
Yeah, it's a wide open event, though. I mean, they're not making it easy on us in these late pick 5, late pick 4, because you've got to have coverage in the featured races we talked about, and it really looks like you need some coverage when it comes to this 2-year-old race that'll wrap things up, race number 8, just before 5 o'clock Eastern time. So those are our best key races, I should say, of this afternoon. Time now to check in with the Clocker Report And boy, have they been on it. I can't say it enough as far as what they have pointed us towards here in these days during this fall meet. And they're going to start with race number 1 on the card with Sua Sorella. That is the number 8 horse who worked in 49-1, trained here for most of the summer, and the trainer is 24% going sprint to route, I should say, and that's the number 8 horse. 10-1 on the morning line. Charlie Lepresti owns a man that is so famous for the great Wise Dan and Successful Dan, and Reeve McGahee, the young trainer, is going to be sending this one out. So Sue Sorella, the 8 in the opener, and then in race number 5, midway through the card, Pine Valley. Easy Local Breeze and Company showed good early kick on debut, and the trainer is 21% with second starts with maidens. So that's the number 10 in race number 5. And taking a look at his morning line, 4-1 for Steve Asmussen for the Windstar Connections, a son of McLean's Music, 2-year-old in that good 2-year-old maiden race. So mark your programs, the 1, race 1, I should say, the 8, and then race number 5, the 10. Our clocker reports both good prices on the morning line, 10-1 and 4-1, respectively.
Love the names you mentioned earlier. Thing related to Morticia, Adams Family connection there. Pine Valley, if anybody in your family watched All My Children, if Pine Valley was written or trained by Erica Kane, would be the nice twist here, but that was the fictional town in All My Children. So you can have some fun with names in this game.
Yes, you can. There are plenty of, and some of them you have to wonder where did they come up with them at times. That's another thing that comes to him, and Kurt Becker does such a great job in preparing for it each and every day in his race calls and knowing exactly who we should, or how they should be pronounced, I should say. You talked about the Turf Pick 3?
Yep.
$3.
Good. A $3 minimum bet. So you can't always go as deep with that kind of minimum, but leads you to some really nice payoffs that we've seen. So for my Turf Pick 3 today, I ended up in race 4 singling Super Design. Actually, is the one that should be Super Design in race 4. And I don't think that horse is necessarily a lead pipe cinch because of Rockstar Row and Cheeky Chaps. But this is one that definitely you got to take a stand somewhere. So I decided to take a stand here with actually number 3, not the 5, Super Design in here. Then doing 3, 4, and 6 in race 6. And I'm putting Past the Plate, the horse you liked, in there since Daddy is a Legend scratched. And then I'm going 5 deep in that last leg. I'd love to see Jakachi get home, but all the other ones that I mentioned I'm going to use. So with singling in the first race, able to keep the ticket at $45 for the Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
Make sure you look for that special event if you're playing on the self-service terminals. Obviously, if you're playing with a teller, they will help you out. $3 minimum wager, and the pools have been fantastic. Another tip of the cap to Jim Goodman with his idea with the all-turf pick 3 this meet at Keeneland, which certainly I think it's here to stay. My late pick 4 approach starts in race number 5, 2-year-old maidens. Fan the Fire, the number 2 horse, with the experience and going 6.5 furlongs in the foundation underneath him. I think you have to look towards him, making him a single in this sequence. Others that you can consider in that first leg, I think the 5 and the 10, but I think Fan the Fire back on dirt is going to be key with Tyler Gaffalione. Gets a good draw, post 2, should have good early position in race number 5. As far as race number 6 is concerned, the 3, 4, and 5 is where I will go in that very deep race. Past the Plate on top for Paul McGee, Dominga for Brad Cox, who's going to be the post-time favorite with Florent Giroux riding for Don Alberto stable, and then for Norm Cassie. As mentioned, his runners have been live, and then Break Curfew, who is going to be rallying from off the pace here today. And I honestly think that Flo just took care of her in that race after everything that happened before the start of the race, and that's the race that California Angel won at 30-1 in that range and provided a $100,000 late pick 5 payoff. So, and now, obviously, California Angel has backed up that form. There was some questions. All these things happening to allow her to win. The circumstances have shown us that she is a very good filly for George Leonard III, and she's on her way to the Breeders' Cup. But go back to her debut, and if everything goes well with her in the proceedings, I think we can expect her to be more of what we saw in this first race. She showed speed. She made the lead. She's down on the inside. And she's going to end up being beaten in this race by a half of a length. But it was a strong debut, debuting at a route of ground for Godolphin and trainer Brad Cox. It's never easy to do, but truthfully, I think that this is what we're going to see from her, and building off of these races, and hopefully she's got her mind right here today. And I don't think it was her fault what happened at Kentucky Downs, because I think it was a reaction to everything else that had happened. So hopefully that's not the case with her today, and hopefully it's not an issue moving forward. But I think that she bounces back, And I'm going to box her in a trifecta with the 2, 4, and 6 50-cent trifecta box. Just a $12 ticket. Pretty wide open race. Truthfully, at the end of the day, I think that she'll be the favorite, and deservingly so. But young horses, hopefully everything goes well with her, and as far as from a mental perspective, and we'll see what happens. But a $12 investment with this 50-cent trifecta box.
My best angle is going to come in race 7, and it's a horse from the Dallas Stewart barn. Dallas got off to a good start at the fall meet on opening weekend. And with the scratch of the 5 in here, you've got a field of 6. And Movie Moxie, very deserving favorite, but is winless at 7 furlongs. And so I'm going to try to beat Movie Moxie with Tipsy Gal down on the inside. Last time out at Colonial in a stake that also included a graded stakes caliber horse in Frank's Roquette, Tipsy Gal was right off a very hot pace and then faded, but still ended up with an 85 Beyer speed figure, which is a lifetime best in her first start since May. So let's go back and look at a race in March at the fairgrounds when they put her on the main track for the first time. And obviously, after 2 turf starts, they found out that this was the place that Tipsy Gal needed to be. Draws off to win this very, very impressively. 2 starts later, she was running against Wisconsin. So you can certainly forgive that. And then has been off until the stake up at Colonial Downs. And again, showed good speed, got a nice Beyer speed figure, nice improvement from the numbers she was running back in the spring. And I'm going to take a shot to try to beat the favorite with Tipsy Gal down on the inside, speed on the inside, not certainly a bad place to be going 7 furlongs here. And my play is just going to be a simple $20 win wager on Tipsy Gal because the small field, you're not going to get much out of exactas. I think Movie Moxie is going to be tough to beat, so maybe a 1-2 exacta if you want to try something, like a cold 1-2 exacta. But I'm just going to hope to get somewhere around 4-1 on Tipsy Gal and just put it right on the nose.
Yeah, that's a good backtrack. I like the fact that you point towards that fairgrounds race because she ran fast. 109.3 is a serious final time for 3/4 of a mile. All right. Can you go back-to-back with these long shot plays from Sunday here to Wednesday?
Let's go. Let's hope so. We got $24 on Sunday, so we're going to go in the first race. We'll know soon. And it's a horse that was mentioned in the Clockers report, actually, Sua Sorella, the 8 horse at 10-1 in here. Sprint to route is a 24% strike rate for the Reeve McGahee barn. There's also a class drop here from the $30K level to $15,000 maiden claiming. And I like the fact that Brian Hernandez keeps the mount on this horse for the 3rd straight time. So right out of the gate, 10-1 on the 8 horse in the opening race. Sua Sorella to try to make it 2 in a row for the long shot.
Connections that are easy to root for there. Charlie Lepresti now owning some horses.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, it's good stuff. He is a fantastic man, and we wish him the best. But you guys are knocking down the price with the clock report and the pick of the day, so sorry about that, Charlie.
We're going to get 10-1.
Great to work with you, Tom.
It's been fun. Gabby will be back tomorrow.
All right. For Tom Leach, I'm Scott Hazelton. 8-race card. Looking forward to kicking it off at 1 o'clock Eastern. Enjoy today at Keeneland.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation, the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Del Mar, only on NBC.
When it comes to hybrid technology, nobody has more models to choose from than Toyota. From the Prius to America's best-selling car, Camry, and best-selling SUV, RAV4, to the first-ever Corolla Hybrid, the best-in-class Highlander Hybrid, the first-ever Sienna Hybrid minivan, and Venza, the first exclusively all-wheel drive hybrid. They all come with a new 10-year, 150,000-mile battery warranty. For great deals on all Toyota hybrids, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
At this time, Keeneland welcomes Lexington's St. Peter Claver Catholic Church Choir to the paddock, first to present My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the old folks are gay. Well, the corn cob's ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away. Well, the young folks roll all around the cabin floor. They're merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at my door. In my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. No, weep no more today. We'll sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Michael, you got a paper clip now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air,
At this time, Keeneland is proud to recognize Vivian Poindexter from Concessions as the Employee of the Day. Vivian, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
And the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 4, Soames Sound, owned by Omaha. And they're off. There goes Shelby for the lead. Hausrecker comes away racing in second. Awkward start for Vietnam, who drops out to the back of the pack. Shelby, though, has the lead. Hausrecker goes second by 2 lengths. One Fast Orb, and then High Fair, who scoots up the rail to the third now. Sentimental Cross goes fourth between horses. One Fast Orb has lost 2 positions. Backslides into fifth, caught wide to the far turn. Super Tail of Houdini is sixth down to the inside, 7 lengths off the lead. Itsy Bitsy Betty, 2 lengths more behind that one, and then a gap of nearly 15 more back to Vietnam, who's last. Opening quarter, 21.69 seconds. Shelby the leader by a length. Hausrecker to the outside is second by 3. High Fair third to the top of the stretch by a length. One Fast Orb is in fourth. Super Tail of Houdini is still a distant fifth at this point. Back toward the rail, 10 lengths off the lead. Coming to the eighth pole, Shelby the leader by 2 lengths. Hausrecker second by 5 to High Fair. One Fast Orb. Itsy Bitsy Betty is fifth, and Super Tail of Houdini is sixth. It is Shelby chased by Hausrecker. That's the battle for the lead. A length separates them. Here's Hausrecker again. Hausrecker coming after Shelby. Shelby has the lead, though. Hausrecker is still there. Down to the line, Shelby and Francisco Arrieta to win it by a neck over Hausrecker. For Keeneland's second race, number 1, Shelby, owned by Nirvana Farms of Charlie Allen, trained by Caio Caramore. The jockey is Francisco Arrieta. And they're off. Haughty is away in good order. Dance and D is there to the inside. Haughty, Dance and D come right to the front in the opening strides. There's Missoni moving up to the outside of Abstract Moment, who's got the third spot toward the rail. Missoni will go fourth. Hardspun Woman is away running in fifth. Macadamia goes sixth up on the outside. Lady Mercedes is seventh back toward the inside. Candy Kick alongside her in the eighth position. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to Keeneland Diana, who is ninth, but now starting to close that mild gap and catch up with the rest as they head around the first turn. Back up front, Dance and D, the leader. The opening quarter, 23.96 seconds for that opening quarter. The advantage, 3/4 of a length for Dance and D to Haughty, who's second by just a length. Abstract Moment looks to the far outside in the third position up the backstretch. Hardspun Woman, fourth back toward the rail, 2 lengths off the lead. She is joined by Missoni, who's alongside at fifth. Break of nearly 3 more. Macadamia goes in sixth position. Candy Kick is seventh. Lady Mercedes is eighth. And Keeneland Diana is last of the 9. 48.89 seconds the time for the opening half mile. It is Dance and D with the lead. Haughty is just a neck from the lead. Now a half length separates the top 2 around the far turn. Abstract Moment, third on the outside, 2.5 lengths from the front, with Hardspun Woman now taking third. Moving by to her inside. Macadamia slides up the rail to fifth. Still 6 lengths off the lead, though. Missoni between horses sixth. Here's Haughty for a narrow lead off the far turn. Now begins to draw clear of Dance and D at the eighth pole. Macadamia switches lanes to the outside from third, but 5 lengths off the lead. Hardspun Woman fourth. Missoni is fifth. It is Haughty with the lead by 4. Macadamia goes to second. Hardspun Woman running toward third, but Haughty and Tyler Gaffalione have hit the wire in front. Haughty wins it. Macadamia second. Hardspun Woman was third. Dance and D fourth. Missoni fifth. Number 5, Haughty, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, owned also by Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC of Vito Cucci, by Tim and Anna Cameron and Team Hanley of J. And they're off. Capture the Glory broke sharply, comes out for the lead. American Joy, anytime, all the time, up close. Jack's Advantage is there in the opening strides as well. Don't Need a Name moves up. A close third now, down to the inside, moves up to challenge for second. Capture the Glory has the early lead here by a length. Don't Need a Name goes second by a head. Jack's Advantage is third by 2.5 lengths as they head up the backstretch. Anytime, all the time, fourth by just a head to the outside of American Joy in fifth. Papazar, sixth against the rail, nearly 8 lengths off the lead to the far turn. Then Distorted Ransom Vaquero Flies comes next, followed by Oro de Tejano up on the outside. Estilo Peligroso is last. 22.82 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Capture the Glory leads it by a length. The Jack's Advantage second ahead. Don't Need a Name. Third toward the inside as they round the far turn. Gap of 5 more lengths to Anytime All the Time, who is fourth on the outside of American Joy, who now takes fourth by a neck. Still 6 lengths from the front. Capture the Glory leads. Top of the stretch, Capture the Glory leads it by 3 lengths off the turn. Don't Need a Name is second. Jack's Advantage third. Anytime All the Time is fourth on the outside. American Joy is fifth. It is Capture the Glory, a 5-length lead, rolling by the 8th pole for John McKee. Capture the Glory on top by 5 to Jack's Advantage. Then Don't Need a Name was down toward the rail, challenging for second. Capture the Glory in front by 6. Capture the Glory to win it. Capture the Glory. Home well in front. Going to be close for second. Either will be Jack's Advantage or Don't Need a Name for that runner-up spot. The Glory, owned by Aliana Racing Stable LLC of Emmett and Elizabeth Gallagher and others, trained by William Gallagher, John McKee, the jockey. Capture the Glory. And they're off. Hugh B comes out for the lead. Tumbling Sky is right there, and Beverly Park up on the outside. Tumbling Sky scoots up the rail, has the lead. Hugh B goes second in between horses. Beverly Park third up on the far outside. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to Thirsty Betrayal, who's fourth. Moving up 1 spot down to the inside of 2 Dot, who's in fifth. Futile against the rail is in sixth. Artie's Lady is in the 7th position. Alex's Strike is 8th, and Weapon is last of the 9. Here's Beverly Park right alongside of the leader, Tumbling Sky. The opening quarter went in 21.96 seconds. Tumbling Sky ahead in front. Beverly Park is there on the outside. A break of 8 more lengths then around the far turn. Back to Futile and Thirsty Betrayal. That pair trying to chase down the top 2 at the top of the stretch. Still 6 lengths between that 2 sets of 2 as they move off the far turn, with Beverly Park a narrow lead. Now Beverly Park's trying to work free, but here comes Futile. Futile's looking toward the inside as they move by the 8th pole. Beverly Park, Futile works to the inside second, and Thirsty Betrayal third is still 3.5 lengths away. Beverly Park in front for John McKee at the 16th pole. Beverly Park hangs tough. Futile still trying toward the rail second. Thirsty Betrayal third. Then Alex's Strike at the wire. Beverly Park to give John McKee his second winner on the card. After that, it was Futile across the line in second. Thirsty Betrayal was third. Alex's Strike was home in fourth. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, number 8 Beverly Park, owned and trained by Norman Cash, the jockey John McKee. And they're off. Tawee comes out running for the lead. Competitive Saint has early speed as well. League of Shadows away third. There's American Mandate up close in fourth. Midnight Patriot away running in fifth. Shackleford's Joy sixth. Super Dormy toward the far outside is in seventh. Natural Power is eighth. Goalie last of the 9. Back up front, Tawee against the rail. Leads at a half length. League of Shadows second, a length and a half. Competitive Saint third. Opening quarter in 21.78 seconds. American Mandate fourth to the inside. Around the far turn, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. Midnight Patriot is a lane off the rail in fifth. Super Dormy looking toward the far outside from sixth toward the center of the pack. 8 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Then Shackleford's Joy back toward the inside. Tawee is the leader by 3 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Competitive Saint, American Mandate to the inside. Super Dormy still trying to get on track. Natural Power to the far outside. Here's Competitive Saint. Here's League of Shadows. Competitive Saint, League of Shadows 1-2. Late charge Midnight Patriot. Competitive Saint, Midnight Patriot. Then Shackleford's Joy. Competitive Saint, Midnight Patriot to second. Competitive Saint wins it by a neck. Midnight Patriot second. Multiple horse photo to separate third and fourth. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the 4-star, number 12, Competitive Saint, owned by Bonaventure Stables of Daniel F. Collins, trained by George Weaver. They're off. There goes Super Quick, and there goes Tell Me on a Sunday. Those two go right to the front of the opening strides. Blue Lily away next toward the inside. Trumpet Lily is fourth, a close-up fourth toward the outside. Dame Cinco wide in fifth, but forwardly placed around the first turn. Frost Point gets over next to the rail to save some ground in the 6th position. Ms. V-Time is 7th. Bobo Girl is in 8th, and Distorted Verve is last of the 9. Super Quick leads. Super Quick, the leader by 3/4 of a length. Tell Me on a Sunday is second by a half length, and then Blue Lily, who's third to the inside, 22.87 seconds for that opening quarter. Trumpet Lily between horses in fourth. Dame Cinco fifth, far outside. Frost Point is sixth, back toward the rail, 5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2, Bobo Girl, Ms. V Time on her outside, and then Distorted Verve at the back. Midpoint of the back stretch, and it is Super Quick who leads. Super Quick is on top by just a length. Tell Me on a Sunday is second, 46.64 seconds for that opening half mile. 2 lengths separate the top two now. Blue Lily third, Trumpet Lily fourth alongside her. Dame Cinco is fifth to the far outside. Going to be wide again on the far turn. Still 4 lengths off the lead. Frost Point is behind her, and Frost Point tries to get going now. Going to have to angle to the center of the track. Goes from 6th to 4th. Now taking third. Frost Point past the quarter pole. Now challenging for second. Still 3 lengths off the lead. Super Quick with Frost Point coming. 2 lengths between them. Top of the short stretch. Tell Me on the Sunday is in third. Here's Frost Point trying to draw alongside of Super Quick, coming toward the 8th pole. Super Quick, a short lead. Frost Point fighting on there from the outside. These two continue to go at it. Tell Me on a Sunday third. Bobo Girl to fourth. Super Quick and Frost Point the top two. Super Quick by a length. Frost Point a final try. Super Quick, Frost Point. Super Quick wins it a neck. Frost Point across the line. In second, going to be close for third. Bobo Girl or Tell Me on a Sunday.
Well, the one thing I can tell you, Gabby, these are 2 nice fillies that hooked up at the top of the stretch just as they straightened for home.
In 7th race, the Elm Tree. Number 2, Super Quick. Owned by Mary Lou Whitney Stables of John Hendrickson. Trained by Norm Cassie. Joe Talamo, the jockey. And they're off. Risky Reward, quick into stride, along with Navratilova, and now Threat Level Midnight kicks in. Illegal Smile up close. Threat Level Midnight comes to the front. Illegal Smile right there against the rail in the second position, a length off the lead. Risky Reward third, Navratilova fourth. Bullseye Beauty fifth between horses. New Boss sixth toward the inside. Lady Edith goes seventh to the far turn. Amalfi Princess is in 8th position. No Mo Spending is last of the 9, 21.88 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Threat Level Midnight leads it. Threat Level Midnight against the rail, but here comes Illegal Smile just off the leader's flank. A closer second now. Gap of 3 to Bullseye Beauty in third. Risky Reward is fourth. Navratilova a wide fifth. New Boss hugs the rail in sixth. Still 5 from the front, though. Illegal Smile right alongside of Threat Level Midnight. The battle for the lead. Bullseye Beauty is in third. Navratilova is fourth. Amalfi Princess still 7 lengths from the lead. Illegal Smile has the lead. Illegal Smile by 3. Lady Edith runs late toward the inside. It is Illegal Smile chased by Bullseye Beauty. Illegal Smile wins it for Gerardo Corrales. Bullseye Beauty was home for second. Navratilova and a multiple horse photo there with others for that show spot. Official winner of Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Sienna. Number 6, Illegal Smile, owned by Hat Creek Racing. Trained. And they're off. Dawson Springs for the early lead. Jerusalema has early speed as well. Reed's Fangirl comes away a close-up third, now takes second, now puts ahead in front as they head up the backstretch. Reed's Fangirl alongside of Dawson Springs. Those two now contesting the top spot. Jerusalema drops back. You're Making Me Blush moves by to the inside. In third, Keno is there to the outside, moving up to challenge Jerusalema for the 4th position. And then Split Decision, who is 6th, placed outward from the rail, 6 lengths off the lead. Maysville Miss is in 7th. Band from Midway is 8th to the far turn. And then Tinsel, who travels in 9th. My Zip Zip is 10th and a long way back. Jillian Starr, the distant trailer, 22.91 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Dawson Springs leading Reed's Fangirl around the far turn by a half length. Keno now goes to third on the far outside of Jerusalema, who's between horses in 4th. You're Making Me Blush is in 5th. My Zip Zip is still 15 lengths from the lead. They turned for home. Dawson Springs is the leader off the far turn. Reed's Fangirl is right alongside. Those two go at it for the top spot. Jerusalema is between horses, shifting lanes toward the outside third. You're Making Me Blush is 4th. My Zip Zip is still 8 lengths from the lead on the far outside. Here in the final furlong, Reed's Fangirl for the lead. Jerusalema, You're Making Me Blush dives to the inside. Dawson Springs fights on. My Zip Zip is now 5th. You're Making Me Blush. Jerusalema wins it by 3/4 of a length to pull the upset. Jerusalema owned by Falguier Bloodstock of Roma Malwitra, owned also by Runnymede Farm Incorporated of Brutus Clay, and by John Britt. Trained by Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed fast, the turf is listed good. The rail set at 20 feet for the turf racing today. Time now for a look at the program changes, beginning in the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes begin, and also the start of the early pick five. In that opening race, scratch the 7, forgot password. Scratch the 7, forgot password. Second race, start of the early pick four, no changes in race 2. Third race is where the pick six begins, a $19,647 carryover. In that third race, scratch number 3, paint your wagon. Scratch the 7, shackles fly. And scratch the 11, carnivore. Again, scratch 3, paint your wagon. Scratch 7, shackles fly. And scratch 11, carnivore. Fourth race is where the late pick 5 begins. It's also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 6, and 8. In that fourth event, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Again, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Race 5, start of the late pick 4. In that fifth race, please note, contrary to the program, number 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding. Sixth race. Scratch number 1, Daddy is a Legend. Scratch number 1, Daddy is a Legend. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 6. Seventh race, scratch number 5, Thinking. That's in the seventh race, scratch number 5, Thinking. Eighth and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $43,203. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Again, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton.
Happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker, as we bring you to another week of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. 8 races will be what we cover, the ground we cover here today at Keeneland. Another perfect day as the horses are back behind us, getting ready for race number 1, as well as some schoolers back behind us as well. So all turf pick 3 is available today. Good late pick 4, good late pick 5. And our featured event is race number 6. You just heard from Kurt that the one Daddy is a Legend is a scratch out of this featured allowance race. So it brings it down to a field of 5. And truthfully, any one of these fillies can win this race. Dominga is the 8-5 morning line favorite for trainer Brad Cox. Just her second allowance attempt in her last 10 races at least. Her last allowance run was at Churchill, where she won by 2 1/4 lengths. But this certainly by no means is a easy race. Our Baby Ruth, who's 10-1 on the morning line, she's run a good race here in the past, only beaten a length and 3/4 to Daddy is a Legend back in April. So a very good competitive race, a race I think that a lot of folks should consider hitting the all button in the late pick 4, the late pick 5, or that all turf pick 3, that $3 minimum wager, which is a big pool, should be another big pool again here today. Speaking of big pools, in the final race, the Toyota Super High 5, there is a carryover of over $43,000, $43,203 to be exact. So consider playing the Toyota Super High 5. And then also we've got a pick 6 carryover, over $19,000 here today at Keeneland, the final 6 races of the day. So 2 significant carryovers, the Toyota Super High 5 in the nightcap, and a pick 6 carryover of over $19,000 as we are closing in on the opener, just 20 minutes away from race number 1. Taking a look at these runners in for the opener, maiden $15,000 claiming event, 3 and up, fillies and mares, and they'll be going 1 1/16 on the main track. There's a look at the 10 horse right now, who's a good price, 8-1 on the board for my top selection. Inspiteful for Lon Wiggins. Stretching out to a ride of ground is the angle that I'm taking with this runner. This is a horse that has sat forward in all 3 of her starts and then tired late with quick paces. Hopefully the pace scenario is not quite as fast as she has seen in recent history, and I think that she has every right to take a move forward here today at a good price of odds of 10-1. The number 3 horse is my second choice, Madame Pie, was claimed for $10,000 by Steve Asmussen last time out off of a series of synthetic and turf races prior to that race in which she moved over to the main track. She was the beaten favorite that day, didn't get away from the starting gate all that quickly, and that ultimately, I think, cost her quite a bit in the end. So let's see if she can take a step forward, first off the claim for one of the top barns in the history of horse racing, Steve Asmussen. And then the number 1 horse, Laura's Angle for Mr. Norm Cash, a filly that comes off of a second-place finish at Belterra. I think that she's got a strong chance to maybe even make the lead in this race. And at 9-2, she is live on the board. Johnny McKee is in the saddle. This will be her 14th try, and I think that you've seen that in her 2 races that she's run at this level has brought together some of the best performances that we've seen from this filly. So Laura's Angle, is my third choice at odds of 9-2. Let's go out to the favorite, the number 12 horse, and just quickly touch on this number 12 horse for Joe Sharp. Temple Bell, a daughter of Temple City. Blinkers come off. She tries the main track for the very first time, and she's run some even races on synthetic and turf. But first off the claim for Joe Sharp, another strong claiming barn, 21% winners first off the claim. And you've got Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. We'll see what he opts to do as they take the blinkers off of this filly for her first dirt try. Outside post, not ideal. And we'll see if they opt to go or sit off and try to save as much ground as they possibly can. 18 minutes away from race number 1. Do keep in mind, early double starts right now, as well as the first pick 3. And of course, the early pick 5 50-cent minimum wager begins with race 1. We're 18 minutes to post.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's first race. Today's first event, a maiden claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $15,000 claiming price. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Double and pick 3 wagering begin here. This is also the start of the early pick 5, 8 minutes to post.
Let's bring you front side to the 8-horse here in the Wednesday opener. That is Sue Sorella for Reeve McGahee and Charlie Lepresti, the owner of this filly by Albertus Maximus. Tom Leach's long shot play of the day, and also part of our Clocker report from today at Keeneland. And we're getting a good price right now, 11-1. Thought this number would come down with the discussion with this filly earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland with Tom Leach. But 11-1, good price, maybe an 8-9-1 at the end of the day is what we'll end up getting. Or if 11-1 goes off, that would be fantastic. But Sue Sorella, one to take note of. Tom Leach's pick of the day, long shot pick of the day, as well as part of our Clocker report from today at Keeneland. Let's go over to the number 3 horse, Madame Pie. Always easy to go towards the Steve Asmussen sent out runners. They're always so well turned out, and that's the case with this mare who was claimed last time out. Just trust that he can move her forward off the claim. She's 7-1 right now on the tote board, and all indications based on looks are positive with the number 3 horse. Ida Storm, the number 5 horse. She's getting a little warm. You can see around her neck, washing out a bit, a little lathered up along the reins. Just wanted to point it towards this filly based on that. She's 48-1, so not high expectations right now for this filly as she's set for her 20th career start. She's getting warm out on the track. And then finally, let's go to the number 9 horse, Ipsum Gratis for Wayne Mackey. Thought this filly looked nice. She is currently sitting at odds of 10-1. Only one start in her career. That was sprinting at Belterra. So comes down here to Keeneland, takes a drop in for 15, and goes a route of ground. She's one that I would point towards based on looks, and I think that there is some upside based on the one race that we saw from her where she wasn't quick away from the gate, but perhaps that can be offset with a slower pace here going a route of ground. Race number 1, less than 5 minutes to post. Once again, does start today's early pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. And there goes Get Clear from the outside. Get Clear and Temple Bell with early speed. These two come to the front as they head for the first turn. It's Sua Sorella going to try to move up down toward the inside and beat them all to the entry to the first turn. And Sua Sorella gets over next to the rail, does have the early lead. Temple Bell 3 wide around the first turn at second. Madam Pie third. Get Clear is fourth in between that pair. Then a gap of 2 in Spiteful moves up fifth to the outside of Ida Storm in sixth. Gap of 3.5 more lengths to Laura's Angle seventh. Frontier Dynasty alongside of that one in eighth. Hostile Princess ninth. Ipsum Gratis in 10th. I'm Stylin is last of the 11, 23.81 seconds for the opening quarter. Up the backstretch, Sua Sorella leads. Sua Sorella in front 3/4 of a length. Temple Bell is second and Spiteful. Then Madam Pie back toward the inside and Get Clear between that pair, 4 from the front. Gap of 2 more to Laura's Angle, who moves up into sixth between horses as they head for the far turn. Frontier Dynasty is seventh on the outside and is followed closely by Hostile Princess, who's 1 lane off the rail, and then Ida Storm back toward the rail, 48.21 seconds, the time for that first half mile. Temple Bell and Sua Sorella, they go at it for the lead around the turn. Laura's Angle tries to join them. 3 lanes off the rail, far outside third. Temple Bell coming to the quarter pole, has the lead now by a half length. Laura's Angle second by ahead. Sua Sorella tries to fight back, but is now third down toward the inside to the top of the short stretch. Gap of 5 more lengths back to Hostile Princess, who goes fourth around the outside of Madam Pie. Coming into the final furlong, Temple Bell, Laura's Angle 1-2. They're stride for stride past the 8th pole. Hostile Princess in third. Here's Laura's Angle trying to poke ahead in front at the expense of Temple Bell. Laura's Angle, Temple Bell is second. Laura's Angle, John McKee to win the opener and neck over Temple Bell. Home second. Hostile Princess third, and Madam Pie was fourth.
It's the second win on the meet for trainer and owner Norman Cash. Does it this time with Laura's Angle. Johnny McKee in the saddle, ranged up alongside the favorite, who had a good trip, got forward, didn't lose any ground from that outside post position, but she was just simply outrun in the last 8th, 16th of a mile, especially as Laura's Angle, the second choice, comes home a winner by about a half of a length in the end.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 1, Laura's Angle, finished first. Number 12, Temple Bell, second. Number 4, Hostile Princess, third. Number 3, Madam Pie, fourth. 112.43. Unofficial. Objection sign posted. More information shortly. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul lodged by the rider of the 12, Temple Bell, the unofficial runner-up, against the unofficial winner, number 1, Laura's Angle, alleging interference in the stretch in the vicinity of the 16th pole. So hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. Split screen on the television monitors at this time. The program feed to the left, steward's view to the right. Hold all tickets. No change. Result stands as is at Keeneland for the first race, 112.43. Winner's circle for the first race, number 1, Laura's Angle. Owned by Norman and Lola Cash. Norman Cash, the trainer, and John McKee, the winning jockey. Laura's Angle, a 3-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Count to 11 by Grand Slam, bred in Kentucky by Caldera Farm Incorporated and William Hilliard Jr. Mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 48.93 seconds. Results of the first official, 112.43, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf listed good. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in this second event. Third race, a reminder, scratch 3, Paint Your Wagon. Scratch 7, Shackles Fly. Scratch 11, Carnivore. That's the third race. Scratch 3, Paint Your Wagon. Scratch 7, Shackles Fly. Scratch 11, Carnivore. Fourth race. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Turf is listed good, rail at 20 feet. Fifth race. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding.
Early pick four time here at Keeneland, and it begins with the second race. 50,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. 2 horses getting majority of the play. That's the 1 Tis Ride Time and the 2 Cousin Larry, who we're taking a look at right now. This is a colt that they thought a lot of, I know, early on in his career, and he's been given plenty of opportunities against entry-level allowance types, but now they're pulling the plug on that and dropping him in for 50. We'll see if that wakes him up. He broke his maiden here at Keeneland in his only other start in October of 2020 as the favorite that day, sprinting 6.5. He's done nothing but go a route of ground since that maiden breaking score, and he's going to do that again here today at a mile and a 16th. I'm just playing him on the drop-in class, a colt that has some talent. We'll see if it is woken up here today, showing up for 50,000. Tis Ride Time for Ian Wilkes, Bourbon Lane Stable, and others. A colt by Tis Now, who's back in for a tag for the first time since a race over at Churchill Downs. And he laid off the pace, the number 1 horse, Tis Ride Time, in that event, which was very quickly run. There is a look at the son of Tis Now, a one-time winner from 11 starts. Kind of fits the same profile as the number 2 horse. At points, highly thought of, ran him in the Grade 3 Sam F. Davis back in 2020, that prep for the Tampa Bay Derby at Tampa Bay Downs. But since then, at least he's shown them something when dropping in for a tag. So we have that race to go off of on the 20th of June. And it shouldn't be as quickly of a runner race as that race as a 1-turn mile over at Churchill. And he's back to 2-turning here today for the 3rd consecutive race in for 50. Tis Ride Time. Understand why he is sitting at 6-5. And then the number 5 horse, Spitestown again. That is a son of Spitestown, as you would guess, for Kenny McPeak. Hasn't raced in 10 months, comes in with plenty of workouts underneath his belt, and Chris Landeros gets the call this time for Kenny as he's looking for back-to-back wins with this colt. And so showing up for 50,000 looks like the right move off of the 10-month layoff. We'll see where he's at and hope that Kenny McPeak can continue to have the successful meet that he has had. It's been a good run here in the fall for Kenny, as it typically is. So give me 2, 1, and 5 in race number 2, less than 15 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. 3-year-olds and up, claiming price of $50,000. Mile of the 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. Post time in 5 minutes.
Going to take a look at the first 3 horses in this race. Tisrai, time to start for Bourbon Lane Stable. Trainer Ian Wilkes telling me on the other side in the paddock how tough those races were at Saratoga that he comes out of, and the class relief is in full effect here today for the 1, and he looks outstanding. Nice to see him break off away from the pony with Brian Hernandez Jr. in the saddle. No reason to think that this favorite won't run a big race here today. Cousin Larry, the number 2 horse, see how he's doing. He's warming up right now with Adam Beschizza. Larry Jones stayed with him throughout the entire proceedings over on the paddock side, walking on the offside of him along with the groom, but he's warming up really nicely. He looks well. Larry even walked him out to the pony to keep him level, and that's the case. It's worked with this 5-2 second choice Cousin Larry out of the Larry Jones barn. And then the number 3 horse, let's go there, a son of Street Sense. Don't expect much from him early on. He has no speed away from the starting gate, and he's going to be trying to close here today at a mile and a 16th. We'll see if Joe Talamo can get him involved in the race at some point in time. 6-1 right now is what he sits at as we are approaching race number 2 to start the early pick 4 on this Wednesday card. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Generator along with Beachwalker. Beachwalker has the lead heading to the first turn. Generator right there on the outside, though, in the opening strides. And Tis Right Time comes away racing in third. Speightstown again. Fourth up on the outside. Cousin Larry back toward the inside in fifth. And Belafonte alongside that one in the sixth position. Beachwalker has the lead, though. Midway on the first turn, Beachwalker against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. And here's Generator toward the outside in second, 3/4 of a length. Tis Right Time is third by the same margin. Speightstown again between horses fourth. Belafonte swings up to his outside in the fifth position, challenging for fourth, and now moving up to challenge for third. Meanwhile, Cousin Larry content to bide time at the back against the rail in fifth position, but right there with the rest. 4 lengths front to back, midpoint of the backstretch. Beachwalker leads it. Belafonte keeps moving far outside. Generator between that pair. That's the three-way shuffle for the lead. 24.55 at the quarter, 48.95 seconds for the opening half mile. Tis Right Time is moving up along the rail now from fourth into third, past Belafonte. Tries to find more running room to challenge Generator for second. Cousin Larry going to try to follow the same path. Moves up fourth, swings off the rail from between horses. Still 3 lengths off the lead. Coming to the quarter pole, Beachwalker to catch. Beachwalker, Cousin Larry, Tis Right Time bearing down. They move by on either side of Generator. Here's Cousin Larry with a sweeping move to the top of the stretch to challenge Beachwalker for the lead. Tis Right Time in close quarters there between horses. Has to switch lanes to the far outside from third into the short stretch. Final 8th mile. Cousin Larry kicks on with a widening 3-length lead. Tis Right Time is second. Beachwalker is third. Cousin Larry in front. It is Tis Right Time second. Cousin Larry and Adam Beschizza to win it. Tis Right Time across the line in second. Beachwalker was home third, and Speightstown again fourth.
Dropping in for 50, brought out the best in Cousin Larry. Also got some help because the 3 was hustled away from the gate, set the pace, and that allowed the 1 to be stuck back behind him. The 1, not the cleanest of trips here today. Hard luck story, I think, for the favorite in the end as he was running on. But Cousin Larry was able to stay out in the clear and get this victory at odds of 9-5 by about 2 lengths in the end. 2-1-3-5, the unofficial top 4 for the second.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 2, Cousin Larry, was first. Number 1, Tis Ride Time, second. Number 3, Beachwalker, third. Number 5, Speightstown Again, fourth. 2-1-3-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 2, Cousin Larry, owned and bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones, trained by Larry Jones, the jockey Adam Beschizza. Cousin Larry, 3-year-old son of Cairo Prince out of Pacific Spell by Langfuhr. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.47 seconds. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 2-1-3-5, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, start of the pick 6 with that $19,647 carryover. Main track is fast, the turf listed good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Third race changes, scratch 3, Paint Your Wagon, scratch 7, Shackles Fly, and scratch 11, Carnivore. Scratch 3, Paint Your Wagon, scratch 7, Shackles Fly, scratch 11, Carnivore. Fourth race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Race 5, contrary to the program, number 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding. Sixth race, scratch number 1, Daddy is a Legend. Sixth race, scratch number 1, Daddy is a Legend. No superfecta on race 6. Seventh race, scratch the 5, Thinking. Seventh race, scratch the 5, Thinking. Eighth and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race.
Now 18 minutes away from race number 3. This does start the pick 6 for this Wednesday card and a carryover from the weekend of over $19,000. So get those pick 6 tickets together. You've got less than 17 minutes to do so. I'm going to start to the outside with the number 9 horse, Big Pete, as my top selection, looking for some change. And this gelding is not only moving barns, but drops in class. They take blinkers off and will be going 7 furlongs for the first time in his career. I think all of those changes will equal a better performance today, and he's run some solid races early on in his career, especially on dirt. His dirt sprints have been the key. The one try on Ellis on the turf course, not quite as effective. But Chris Hartman, good claiming trainer, as we've talked about at length this meet, 5-1. I'll take a swing with Big Pete on top. Keen Mind is the number 8 horse, one that was previously with Chris Hartman, moves over to the Kevin Fletcher barn, and the 8 horse is 5-1 right now. Cuts back in distance. That's the angle here. Went too far last time out at Churchill for maiden 30. Not as effective as he was in his first 2 starts when sprinting 5/8, so split the difference, and he goes 7 furlongs today. So I'll have him on my top 3 as the second choice, Keen Mind, who is still holding up at 5-1. And then lastly, the 6 horse, Relatively, a son of Lee, who comes off of 2 consecutive runs here in Kentucky, 1 at Ellis, 1 at Churchill, but cuts back in distance and drops in for 20. Hopefully he can break away from the starting gate. That's been the problem for him. He just gives himself far too much to do and not involved in the race. So hopefully that happens, as he's 5-1 right now on the tote board as well. There's a look at the son of Lee. Relatively, a son of Lee, bought at the Keeneland September sale for just $8,000 back in 2020. It's kind of now or never for this colt, I think, on this circuit, as he sits at 5-1. The 2 is the favorite, Barstow, as we look at the 1 horse, Remembering Normandy, for Nick Zito, a son of Normandy Invasion for Mr. James McInville. Last seen at Finger Lakes just a few weeks back up in New York. Caught a sloppy track that day, cuts back in distance. We'll see what Tyler Gaffalione is able to do here with this son of Normandy Invasion. Just a $3,000 purchase from earlier this summer by Mr. James McInville. Race number 3 starts the pick 6. Don't forget that carryover over $19,000, $1 minimum wager, as we're closing on 14 minutes to post here for race 3.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Maiden claiming race for a price of $20,000. 2-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and the start of the pick 6 with a carryover of more than $19,000. Scratch 3, Paint Your Wagon. Scratch 7, Shackles Fly. And scratch 11, Carnivore. 6 minutes to post.
Pushing the past performances aside and just taking a look at these horses out on the track, we're looking right now at the very lukewarm favorite, 7-2 on the number 2 horse, Barstow, for Rudy Brisset, Bakari Racing, and SF Racing. Son of Mastery, who was debuted on the turf course at Indiana Grand back in mid-September. Didn't do much running that day. Moves over to the main track. We'll see if that wakes him up. We'll see how he handles this today. 7-2. This is a very difficult race to get through. Very difficult start to the pick 6 because there are so many horses that are hovering around the 5-1 range, between 3 and 5-1, as we take a look at Barstow. Also, the 5-horse Whiskey Gent. He's one of those middle-priced horses at 9-2, portion of this field, I should say, as far as the odds are concerned. Like the way that this colt looked. He's shown a little bit of something early on in his races, but then he just absolutely falls off the table. So dropping in for 20 today off of those 2 Saratoga restricted maiden special weight races, perhaps that will wake him up. But he looks nice out there as he warms up at odds of 5-1. Relatively, the number 6 horse is 9-2. Also, Keen Mind, the 8 horse, another runner that looked very nice out there for Kevin Fletcher. This is a colt by Keen Ice. Shows up for 20 today. Back to sprinting, just like the way that he looks. In fact, if I was to point to one horse in here that looked best, I would say it's Keen Mind with Albin Jimenez in the saddle. And finally, Big Pete, the number 9 horse, another one that looks well. 5-1. Again, part of this middle of the field when it comes to the odds are concerned. And there he is, good-looking runner for Chris Hartman, first off the claim, as they make the changes to take blinkers off and go out to 7 furlongs for the first time in his career. A very difficult race to get through. 4 minutes away from race number 3. Don't forget, pick 6 carryover of over 19,000 coming into today, and the pick 6 for this Wednesday card starts in less than 3 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the pick six. They are at the post. And they're off. Remember Normandy comes out running for the lead. Down toward the inside, Whiskey Gent up close in the opening strides. Big Pete comes away third, and Mama Needs New Shoes is fourth on the far outside. Remember Normandy, the leader. Remember Normandy against the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Whiskey Gent goes second by 2 lengths to Big Pete third. Here's Barstow hustling up the rail fourth, now to challenge for that third position. Keen Mind is next behind that pair in fifth, nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Mama Needs New Shoes is in sixth. Father Patrick is in the seventh position, and relatively last of the 8 onto the far turn, 22.93 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Remember Normandy is the leader by a length. Whiskey Gent second by a length. And then Barstow and behind horses toward the inside. Big Pete toward the outside regains third. Whiskey Gent tries to move up to apply more pressure to the leader, but around the far turn, Remember Normandy still on top, leads it by a length. Whiskey Gent is in second to Big Pete, then Barstow back toward the inside. Barstow third, still 4 from the front. Break of 5 lengths back to Father Patrick, and relatively as they turn for home. Here's Whiskey Gent right alongside of Remember Normandy. Barstow tries to join them. Remember Normandy, Whiskey Gent 1-2. Barstow is closing ground from the outside in third. The rest have work to do. Here's Barstow moving forward for the lead from Whiskey Gent. Late run from Big Pete to the outside of Remember Normandy, then relatively, but it is Barstow, Chris Landeros, and Barstow to win it. Relatively runs on and got second on the line. Then it's going to be close for third, either Big Pete or Whiskey Gent.
It all comes together today for Barstow in his second career start, the son of Mastery out of a Street Cry mare, bred by SF Bloodstock, campaigned by SF Racing and Bakari Racing Stable, and made this look easy. The one was very game on the inside. Remember Normandy, the 5-horse Whiskey Gent put together a strong effort, but they could not keep up with Barstow, who airs here in race number 3 to start the pick 6 as the 2-1 favorite.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 2, Barstow, finished first. Number 6, Relatively, second. Number 5, Whiskey Gent, was third. Number 9, Big Pete, was fourth. 2659, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 2, Barstow, owned by Bakari Racing Stable LLC of Chris Bakari, owned also by SF Racing LLC of Gavin Murphy. Rudolph Brisset, the trainer, Chris Landeros, the jockey. Barstow, a 2-year-old son of Mastery, out of Shriek by Street Cry. Winner bred in Kentucky by SF Bloodstock. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 26.45 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official. 2659, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, as well as the start of the late pick 5 and the beginning of the Keeneland Turf pick 3 for the day, made up of races 4, 6, and 8. Turf is listed good. Rail at 20 feet. In this fourth race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Race 5, contrary to the program, the 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding. That's in race 5. Contrary to the program, the 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding. 6th race, scratch the 1, Daddy is a Legend. 6th race, scratch the 1, Daddy is a Legend, no superfecta on the 6th. 7th race, scratch the 5, Thinking. That's the 7th race, scratch the 5, Thinking. 8th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 4 starts the late pick 5. Good entry-level allowance group of 5.5 furlong turf sprinters. That's really been one of the themes of this meet, of these good allowance races sprinting on the grass course. And Cheeky Chaps, the 2-1 favorite right now, is my top choice. Steve Asmussen trains the son of Liam's Map, who was 1 for 1 going 5.5 furlongs. He broke his maiden easily. Gate to wire at Monmouth Park. Followed that up with a solid run at Kentucky Downs a little bit further. Didn't quite make the lead that day, but I think getting back to 5.5, much different race scenario for him. I think he'll be tough in this race. Cheeky Chaps for me on top. Ricardo Santana Jr. riding for Steve Asmussen. Over to the 3-horse Super Design for Wesley Ward. Tough to ignore anything that Wesley sends out in these turf sprints. This is a son of Super Saver who came from off the pace to win going 6.5 at Kentucky Downs. We'll see if the 5.5 furlongs agrees with him here today. You've got to take your shots when having these opportunities. They've had plenty of time in between races, and Gerardo Corrales, he's been riding well for Wesley, as he typically does here at Keeneland when given the opportunities. You can't ignore Super Design in any aspect of gambling on this race. And then Rockstar Row for Brian Lynch, the number 4 horse, a son of Gemologist, who comes off of a dirt try, beaten by Cowan, that nice runner for Steve Asmussen, and that dirt try over at Churchill Downs. He comes out of some tough turf sprints as well. He broke his maiden at Gulfstream Park, followed it up with 2 good runs at Gulfstream, and then the one at Churchill against Stakes Company, where he was only beaten 2 lengths, finishing 4th in that race. But he's a straightforward runner. You've got Tyler Gaffalione on the grass course, which is always a positive. It's a very good race coming up. Race number 4, first level allowance group, and don't forget, not only starts the late pick 5, but starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, $3 minimum wager. That makes up races 4, 6, and 8. Good luck.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Greenfield Farm, allowance for 3-year-olds and up. On the turf, which is listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, and also the start of the Keeneland turf pick 3. 5 minutes to post.
Race number 4, 5 minutes to post, as we are now front side with these runners warming up for this 5.5 furlong entry-level allowance group. There's a look at Bezos, a colt by Empire Maker who started his career off in Southern California at Santa Anita with trainer Bob Baffert. Broke his maiden second time out. There was a lot of hype around this colt before he even raced as being a top Derby-type prospect. Now, obviously, that did not work out, and Rudy Brisset has had him for a couple of races out here in Kentucky for SF Racing, Starlight, and Madacat Stables. And he said to me that they have just been kind of guessing with him, and hopefully they've gotten things sorted out with him. He says that he's a horse that doesn't really want to be on the bridle early on in these races, so we shall see how he fares trying him on grass. They've never trained him on the turf course, but Rudy mentioning his family, he's got a half-sister that was a turf winner, so they're giving it a shot here with Bezos, who is 15-1 right now as we're 4 minutes to post. There's a look at the rail horse, the One Thing. Nice family here. This is a G. Watts Humphrey Jr. runner who is related to Morticia, that top stakes filly that was winner of the Giants Causeway not long back here at Keeneland Racecourse. And keeping with the Addams family themed naming of this family, here's a son of a Frosted by the name of Thing. So we'll see how he fares today. He is 25-1. There's a look at the number 4 horse, Rockstar Row. Mentioned he's run some good races on turf. Expect the same sort of consistency from him as he sits at 9-2 on the tote board right now. But it's the 7 horse who is the favorite, Cheeky Chaps for Steve Asmussen. Getting back to sprinting, he won't be hard to find out on the track. A gray son of Liam's Map in the turquoise of Rockingham Ranch. Good luck. 3 minutes before race number 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Greenfield Farm. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. Chief Howcome out for the lead. Thing is there to the inside. Dr. Duke, Hope and Dignity up toward the far outside is away. Running in fourth. Cheeky Chaps is between horses in the fifth position. Continental Coins is sixth up on the far outside. Science is seventh in between horses. Rockstar Row is eighth down toward the inside. Super Design is toward the back of the pack in ninth. Bezos alongside in 10th. Maxi Boy 11th. Carmelito is last of the 12, 22.12 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Dr. Duke draws alongside of Chief Howcome. They are joined by Hope and Dignity third, caught wide around the turn. Thing is against the rail in fourth. Just 2 lengths from the front at the top of the stretch. Rockstar Row, then Cheeky Chaps, who's toward the far outside. 7 lengths from the front. Hope and Dignity comes forward. Thing looks for running room down toward the inside. And still Chief Howcome fights on. There's Carmelito running fast and late toward the rail. Carmelito trying to sneak through to catch Hope and Dignity. Thing is there. Hope and Dignity in front. Carmelito. Thing between horses. Hope and Dignity wins it for Florent Giroux. Close for second, either Thing or Carmelito for the runner-up spot.
Nice price of odds of 9-1 on Hope and Dignity. And here's Mike Maker at it again. Claimed this horse for $50,000 at Churchill Downs. Brings him over here to Keeneland Racecourse. Steps him up in class and gets a top-level performance against a good group of runners. Florent Giroux in the saddle for Paradise Farms Corporation, a son of Golden Sense. Second lifetime victory and now a turf winner. Hope and Dignity taking the fourth here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 12, Hope and Dignity first. Number 1, Thing was second. Number 2, Carmelito third. Number 8, Chief Howcome fourth. 12-1-2-8, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 12-1-2-8, the official results. In the winner's circle, official winner of Keeneland's fourth race, the Greenfield Farm, number 12, Hope and Dignity, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, trained by Mike Maker, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Hope and Dignity, 3-year-old gelded son of Golden Sense out of Hope Rises by Mr. Greeley, bred in Kentucky by Samantha Siegel. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 3.53 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Greenfield Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Hope and Dignity. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf listed good. In the fifth race, contrary to the program, the 4 Arrow Strike is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 4 Arrow Strike is a gelding. Sixth race, scratch the 1, Daddy is a Legend. That's in the sixth race, scratch number 1, Daddy is a Legend. No superfecta on race 6. Seventh race, scratch the 5, Thinking. Seventh race, scratch number 5, Thinking. Eighth and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 5, 19 minutes to post. This does start the late pick 4 for this 8-race Wednesday card. Begins with 2-year-old maidens. Maiden special weight group going 6.5 on the fast main track. Fan the Fire, the 7-5 favorite, is who you're taking a look at right now. This is a colt that comes out of some live races that when she kicked off his career, good second on debut at Saratoga, going 5.5 in the mud, then caught a fast track, ran into a next out winner, Major General, in that August 21st race at the Spa. Should sit forward. That turf race just simply didn't work out. He ran into Tiz the Bomb, who was an eventual graded stakes winner here at Keeneland just some days back for Kenny McPeak. But Fan the Fire deserves to be the favorite. You've seen what he's got. And also, with so many first-time starters in here, the foundation that he'll have going 6.5 is a key to this Colts opportunity, son of Hardspun for Three Diamonds Farm. The number 10 horse is my second selection, Pine Valley. Another runner that we've seen a run from, a quickly run race, is what he exits at Saratoga, where he was part of the pace and then backed out of it to be beaten 20 lengths, finishing 7th that day. Gets an outside draw again. We'll see what Santana ends up doing with him from this outside post position. You've got to think that they'll hopefully get some good early position with him. He sits at 6-1 right now. This is a partnership between Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm, a colt by McLean's Music, bred here in Kentucky by Mr. Frederick Gusson. We'll see if he can take a step forward today, second time out. And then the number 5 horse, Camargo, another one for Steve Asmussen. This is one for the Heilig Broats. They've had some very good runners for Steve over the course of the years, or with Steve. This is a son of Gormley, who's had a pretty solid start to his racing career. Actually, an Illinois-bred son of Gormley. They purchased him for $140,000 last year here at Keeneland in the September sale. It has been working up at Monmouth, part of that summertime string of Steve Asmussen's, and then recently workouts between Ellis and Churchill Downs to get ready for his debut. Brian Hernandez Jr. gets the call for Steve, and when they've teamed up lately, they've come together at a 15% win clip. Good-looking son of Gormley is Camargo, as we're looking at him at 11-1. Pretty competitive race, wide open, ones that we got to keep an eye on. We'll take a good look at them down in the paddock and then front side as well. 17 minutes before race number 5 once again starts this afternoon's late pick 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Andrew Farm. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds at 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering here, start of the late pick 4. Contrary to the program, number 4, Arrow Strike, is a gelding. 7 minutes to post.
Taking a look at these horses warming up, good-looking group of young 2-year-olds, and we start with Arrow Strike, the gelding for BBN Racing. Really liked his appearance, the way that he acted down in the paddock, and the way that he's been over here on the front side. He's a big price, this son of Cupid. From the Keeneland November sale of 2019, they paid him $127,000 for this first crop of Cupid, but Arrow Strike looks good, and the price looks even better as he sits at 26-1. Camargo, the number 5 horse, Steve Asmussen getting this colt ready. He looks ready to roll. 11-1. He was on his toes. He showed a lot of energy on the paddock side and transferred over here to the main track as well as he's warming up. But he is a very good-looking colt by Gormley. You can see why they paid $140,000 for him out of the Keeneland September yearling sale of 2020. The number 7 horse, Mask Patrol, another very good-looking colt. This is a son of Hard Spun, trained by Brendan Walsh, owned by Allied Racing Stables, LLC. There's a fantastic look at him as he makes his debut with Florent Giroux in the saddle. he looks primed and ready, and he is feeling good as well out here in the sun at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll wrap things up on the front side with the 10-horse Pine Valley. This is the other for Steve Asmussen with that one run under his belt. Part of the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland. 6-1 right now is what he sits at on the tote board as we've got less than 4 minutes to post for race number 5, which starts the late pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Andrew Farm, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Pine Valley. There goes Camargo. Camargo goes to the lead. Pine Valley is now second up on the outside. Fan the Fire. Then Improbable Journey, who moves up to challenge for third here early on. Up the backstretch they go. Camargo against the rail leads it 3/4 of a length. Pine Valley second, 3/4 of a length. Fan the Fire tucked away against the rail in third by a neck. Mumayaz fourth up on the outside. Improbable Journey between that pair is in fifth. Pancake House sixth up on the outside. And then Twirling Blues, who's seventh down toward the inside, onto the far turn. Masked Patrol is racing eighth, the lane off the rail, followed by Aero Strike in ninth. Quarantine last of the 10, 22.56 seconds for the opening quarter. Camargo and Pine Valley and Mumayaz in third, a length off the front pair around the turn. Fan the Fire is in behind the front threesome, looking for some running room. Mask Patrol has to go wide, moving up from the fifth position, but it has 7 lengths to make up. Pancake House is next. Here's Fan the Fire now, moving to the far outside, trying to come after Mumayaz, who's taken the lead from Pine Valley, and Fan the Fire is still trying to close in. And Mask Patrol. Fan the Fire, Mumayaz, Pine Valley to the inside. Mask Patrol is still fourth. Fan the Fire pokes ahead in front in deep stretch. Fan the Fire, Tyler Gaffalione to win it. Mumayaz was across the line in second and is followed then by Pine Valley and Mask Patrol.
It was not an easy trip, but Tyler Gaffalione and Fan the Fire are going to come wide off the turn. They have a lot of work to do at this stage of the game coming up on the 8th pole, and we'll see Tyler ride as hard as a jockey can ride to lift this horse to the wire. The 7's coming on the outside as well. Mask Patrol, strong debut from that son of Hardspun, but the experience of the two, Fan the Fire, the 6.5 furlong certainly coming in to a factor in this race. T-Gaff, Mike Maker, Three Diamonds Farm. They take the 5th with Fan the Fire with the even money favorite.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 2, Fan the Fire, was first. Number 9, Mumayaz, was second. Number 10, Pine Valley, third. Number 7, Mask Patrol, fourth. 2, 9, 10, 7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Andrew Farm. Number 2, Fan the Fire. Owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff. Trainer Mike Maker goes back-to-back on the card. The winning jockey is Tyler Gaffleone. Fan the Fire, a 2-year-old son of Hardspun, out of Fanfare by Curlin. The winner, bred in Kentucky by FI Mare Partnership, 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute, 17.63 seconds over the fast main track. Fifth race, results official. 2-9-10-7, the official results for Keeneland's fifth. In the winner's circle, the Andrew Farm trophy presentation to the connections of Fan the Fire. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the one, Daddy is a Legend. Again, scratch the one, Daddy is a Legend. No superfecta on race 6. Seventh race. Scratch the 5, Thinking. Seventh race, scratch the 5, Thinking. Eighth and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
This is the Wednesday feature, race number 6 on the card. High-level allowance group, key scratch to the one, Daddy is a Legend, not being brought back in 11 days' time, so brings it down to a field of 5, and any one of these fillies and mares can win this race. It is that tight as far as the level of competition and the recent past performances. Past the Plate is where I go, the 3 at 5-2, making her the second choice for Paul McGee. Comes out of some strong stakes company in her last few. The last time that she ran here at Keeneland, she came from well out of it in the Grade 3 Bewitch and was third in that Grade 3 event behind Warlike Goddess, who is a Grade 1 winner this year and has developed into one of the top female turf distance runners in North America. So Past the Plate, back here to Keeneland. She's won here in the past as well, picked up a second-level allowance race back in October of 2020. It's hard to knock any one of her races coming into this spot. I'll go with Joe Talamo, Silverton Hill, and Paul McGee's Past the Plate, 5-2 currently, as we're 17 minutes out from post time. The number 5 horse, Our Baby Ruth, a mare by Candy Ride, Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2017. She's another one that has a good race here at Keeneland. You go back to April, she was defeated by Daddy is a Legend, who was the heavy favorite that day. She went off at close to 11-1, but was only beaten a length and 3/4. And since then, she's run against some top-level competition, a stakes try at Arlington, a stakes try at Colonial, and is always right there in the end. We'll see what Adam Beschitza is able to do with this 5-year-old mare, but she's got as good of a shot as any, as she is 5-1 right now on the board. And then Dominga, the current favorite at 7-5. That's the floor, homebred for Don Alberto stable, a filly by Ghost Sapper, who comes off of a 5th-place finish last time out at Kentucky Downs. We'll give her a pass on that, and she should have good early position. If Flo can have her up into the flow of this race early on, she should be in a good spot in the end. And she, too, has faced off against a lot of these runners in here, including Past the Plate. She was part of that Grade 3 Bewitch, where she was outrun late by Past the Plate, and I think it was just a little bit too far for her at 1.5 miles. So this 1.16 miles, with her natural speed, that's the key to Dominga getting her into the race early on. 16 minutes away from the featured 6th event here at Keeneland, and this race does start the final pick 3 of the afternoon on this 8-race card. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the haphazard, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 1, Daddy is a Legend. Number 1, Daddy is a Legend, scratched. No superfecta on race 6. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured. This starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time at 6 minutes.
Such an evenly matched group of fillies and mares going to be clashing on the turf course here in the featured 6th race. And there's a look at the 3-horse past the plate for Paul McGee. He said that she's going to be coming from well off the pace. That's her style. I asked him in the paddock if he was concerned with the distance and that kind of style, and he said no, not at all, because there's plenty of other speed in this race to set things up for her. Also joked about the bit of rivalry that she and Dominga have, the heads-up matchups that they have, and here they go at it again. The 3 versus the 4, 2 of the favorites in this race. Looking forward to seeing it, and she looked well enough down there in the paddock in the Silverton Hill Pink Silks. Joe Talamo carrying those here today out on the racetrack. The 5-horse, Our Baby Ruth, if you were to point towards one horse that looked best, I'd say that this was it. I gave her the best turned out as far as on the paddock side, and she was a mare that was prancing around the paddock. She's feeling good. She looks fantastic, and she's one that can lay just off of that pace, I think. And at 6-1, biggest price in this field, she is worth a look and certainly deserves an opportunity here against these fillies because she fits with them, and her races have her right there in the end. The price is not indicative of what we should expect to see from her out on the racetrack. Race number 6, this is the feature, and there is the favorite, Dominga, now 3-2, carrying the orange of Don Alberto stable. Good luck. Less than 4 minutes before the featured 6th race.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Haphazard. They are at the post. And they're off. Princess Causeway comes out for the lead. I'll Handle the Cash moves up from the far outside. These two come to the front. Dominga comes away running in third. Our Baby Ruth slides down next to the rail in fourth position and past the plate. Last of the 5 here early as they drive down into the first turn. Princess Causeway, the leader here early on. Princess Causeway against the rail for Chris Landeros. Leads it by 2 lengths around the turn to I'll Handle the Cash, who's second by 2.5. And then Dominga, who's third, stays a lane off the rail, third, a length and a half, followed by Our Baby Ruth and Pass the Plate. Opening quarter went in 23.14 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Princess Causeway shows the way up the backstretch here at Keeneland, leading by 2. I'll Handle the Cash, second, a length and a half. Dominga, third, stays outward from the rail. There's room for Our Baby Ruth to move up a closer fourth and now challenge for third as they head on toward the far turn, and Past the Plate is at the back, 47.76 seconds, 6 lengths front to back, and Princess Causeway the leader. Princess Causeway leads it by 2.5 lengths to the far turn. I'll Handle the Cash is second. Now here's Dominga moving up out in the center of the course. Has moved up third to challenge for second. I'll Handle the Cash now picks up the chase. Princess Causeway still leads it, but has company now coming to the quarter pole. I'll Handle the Cash is there. Dominga far outside. Our Baby Ruth back to the inside. Past the Plate is last, 5 lengths from the front. Princess Causeway is the leader. Our Baby Ruth looks toward the inside. Dominga tries to find more. Past the Plate down the far outside. I'll Handle the Cash has lost spots. Here comes Past the Plate, chasing after Princess Causeway. Our Baby Ruth third, Dominga fourth. Princess Causeway by a length. Past the Plate second. Princess Causeway past the plate, down to the line. Princess Causeway, Chris Landeros to win it. Close for second. Either Our Baby Ruth or Past the Plate for that runner-up spot.
She took it to him early, Princess Causeway, and that ends up winning this race for her. Dominga, she sat off the pace. She didn't have the sort of kick that we'd expect to see from her. And Past the Plate just gives herself so much work to do, especially at 1 16 miles. She ran a big race, but comes up short as Chris Landeros found a bit of a re-rally right here as she spurts back on and wins this one nicely. Well done to Ian Wilkes and his team for Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. Chris Landeros, wire to wire with Princess Causeway at 5-2 in the feature.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 2, Princess Causeway finished first. Number 5, Our Baby Ruth was second. Number 3, Past the Plate was third. Number 4, Dominga finished fourth. 2, 5, 3, 4 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 2-5-3-4, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the haphazard number 2, Princess Causeway, owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds LLC of Lori Michaels, trained by Ian Wilkes. 2 wins today for jockey Chris Landeros. Princess Causeway, a 5-year-old mare by Giants Causeway out of AP Investment by AP Indy, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 42.91 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Haphazard Trophy presentation to the connections of Princess Causeway. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 5, Thinking. Scratch number 5, Thinking. 8th and final race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 7 starts the late daily double. Good group of 2 other than allowance fillies, and the mare's going to be going 7 furlongs on the main track. And we're going to take a look at the 2-horse right now. Movie Moxie for Susan and Jim Hill. This is a very good filly by Street Sense. She's made nearly $180,000 over the course of her career, and she's been very consistent. There's only been one time that she did not finish in the top 3, and that was in her most recent start at Saratoga, where she showed some speed, backed up, had made contact with the starting gate leaving there, but still ran a credible 4th on that afternoon, going 7/8 of a mile. George Weaver sends her forward 4-5. I think it kind of makes sense against this group. I think that she is the clear favorite in here, and it's going to take a lot for these other fillies to step up to her level for Susan and Jim Hill. She'll be carrying those orange and yellow silks here in just a few moments. 4-5 on my top selection. Then I go to the outside, break curfew for Rick Hiles. I think 7 furlongs is the positive move for her. She's hitting the wire pretty hard in her races, finishing strong is what I mean by that. And this daughter of Into Mischief, outside draw, 7 furlongs is a perfect scenario for her and not too far out as far as being in a big field. 8-1, I'll take a shot with this longer shot price horse here in race number 7. I think that she is capable of running a quality race here and put herself into the mix as far as the top 3 finish is concerned. And then Powder River, the number 6 horse, is where I'll wrap up my top 3. 6-1 right now on this filly. Trainer Norm Cassie, he's had a really strong meet here at Keeneland with the runners that he has brought over to run. And this filly's had a workout here at Keeneland in 1 minute and 2/5 seconds. Cutting back in distance, she'll be trying to rally off the pace, you would imagine, as well. There's a good look at the Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2018. For just $50,000, Slipstream Thoroughbreds acquired this filly, and she's made over $121,000. So the cutback in distance, that's the angle for me with Powder River. But this race goes through Movie Moxie. There's no question about it, as she sits at 4-5. This is the 7th, means it kicks off the late daily double on this 8-race card. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mount Brilliant allowance optional claiming race for a price of $62,500. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Scratch the 5, Thinking. Scratch the 5, Thinking. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in 7 minutes. Main track is fast.
We bring you front side to the favorite, Movie Moxie. Race number 7 is coming up in 6 minutes, and Movie Moxie was sent out by George Weaver for the first time out of his barn up at Saratoga. Just had a conversation with George and asked him about that effort. He said, things just didn't go the way that they wanted. She was very forwardly placed, and that ended up catching up with her in the end. And he said that he told Tyler Gaffalione that they want to stalk and pounce, not be the one that's pounced on as she was in that Saratoga race. So expect her to come just from off the pace and make a run at him. And he's expecting that she will turn back to that form that we've seen from her in the past that's gotten her into the winner's circle in the past here at Keeneland, and she's yet to run a bad race here on this dirt course. Tipsy Gal, the number 1 horse, is Tom Leach's best angle of the day. 5-2 on this filly by Majestic Perfection, sent out by Rockridge Racing. Dallas Stewart, Brian Hernandez Jr. looks well enough. We'll see what the tactics are with this filly, as she'll be trying to create out or work out a trip from the inside. Maybe she ends up going, knowing now that the 2 is going to be taken off the pace. Perhaps that will be the game plan with the 1 horse Tipsy Gal. Good race coming up, 5 minutes to post, and once again starts the late double on this Wednesday card.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mount Brilliant. They are at the post. And they're off. Big Band Louisiana comes out running for the early lead. Piece of My Heart comes away running in second. Tipsy Gal third down toward the inside. Big Band Louisiana opens up here by just better than 2 lengths. Gets down next to the rail as they head up the backstretch. Leads it by 2 now. Piece of My Heart closing at a closer second by just a half length. Tipsy Gal third against the rail, break of 3.5 more. Then back to Movie Moxie, who's fourth, 3/4 of a length, and is followed by Powder River. Break Curfew is at the back, 23.08 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. To the far turn, Big Band Louisiana is the leader. Leads it by a length. Piece of My Heart second toward the outside, now just off the leader's flank. Second by 3/4 of a length to Tipsy Gal. Break of 5 more lengths back to Powder River, moving up to the inside of Movie Moxie, who's lost another position around the far turn, and Break Curfew is at the back. Big Band Louisiana coming off the far turn, leading Piece of My Heart by just a length. Tipsy Gal is third back toward the inside, 3 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. Powder River is fourth, trying to pick up the leader, still 5 lengths away though. Here comes Tipsy Gal chasing after Piece of My Heart, who has just taken the lead, but Tipsy Gal now coming forward to present a challenge in the final furlong. Piece of My Heart, Tipsy Gal is right alongside. Tipsy Gal gets ahead in front, but Piece of My Heart is still there fighting down to the wire. Tipsy Gal gets it by a head on the line for Brian Hernandez Jr. Piece of My Heart was second.
Tipsy Gal coming from off the pace. They elected not to force the issue from the inside, and it works out as she had the pace out in front of her. The full horse, Big Band Louisiana, was the one setting the tempo. What a gutty effort. What a heck of a ride by Brian Hernandez to make this move, to make this call coming away from the starting gate and pull off this victory. Movie Moxie, the favorite, she just never fired whatsoever from off the pace, but this filly did. Well done to Dallas Stewart, Rockridge Racing LLC, and of course Brian Hernandez Jr. with a brilliant ride with Tipsy Gal. And well done to Tom Leach. His best angle of the day comes home at 2-1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland 7th. Number 1, Tipsy Gal finished first. Number 3, Piece of My Heart second. Number 6, Powder River third. Number 2, Movie Moxie fourth. 1-3-6-2. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mount Brilliant, number 1, Tipsy Gal, owned by Rockridge Racing LLC of Cody Guffey. The trainer is Dallas Stewart, the jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. Tipsy Gal, a 4-year-old filly by Majestic Perfection out of Tipsy at Midnight by Midnight Loot, bred in Kentucky by Rockridge Thoroughbreds LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.95 seconds. Results of race 7 official, 1-3-6-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mount Brilliant trophy presentation to the connections of Tipsy Gal. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Turf is good, rail at 20 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $43,203. Take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race.
Eighth and final race today, the 2-year-old fillies will be competing on the good listed turf course at 1.116 miles. There is Already Charming, a filly by More Than Ready, bred by Godolphin, sent out by Brad Cox, and Florent Giroux gets to ride her for a third time. She did real well on her debut. She ran third and was bet on that day. And then over at Kentucky Downs, she just got ramped up before the start of the race. There was another filly that was scratched out of there, a Godolphin runner, and I think she fed off of that energy and got herself worked up. And ultimately, Florent Giroux, they allowed her to run, but she did very little running, and he just wrapped up to her, on her, and protected her, in my opinion. So I think that we'll see more of what we saw from her on debut, and it's nice to see that she is behaving very well, very level right now down in the paddock. 3-1 right now. Look for a bounce-back effort for this daughter of More Than Ready, Already Charming, who is 3-1. The 4 horses getting some attention off of a strong debut. Gimme Mo Baby. She was sent out at 61-1 at Kentucky Downs, and she was rallied from off the pace to finish third, only beaten a length and a quarter. She looks like a filly that shouldn't have any issue moving forward to this longer distance with the way that she was finishing that race over yielding ground at Kentucky Downs. So big opportunity for this young trainer, Cara Toy. Good luck to her, daughter of Jimmy Creed, Gimme Mo Baby, getting some attention as the co-second choice, 4-1 right now. And then the number 2 horse, You So Money Baby, a filly by Palace City. I think that her grass races are encouraging. She debuted here at Keeneland in April on that turf race, which was taken by Ruthin, and was third on that afternoon. They then tried her at Churchill Downs. Didn't quite run to task on that day without blinkers, but she keeps the blinkers on for consecutive races now off of a dirt effort over at Churchill Downs. Getting back on grass could wake this filly up, and she's a big price, 18-1 right now on the board. Don't forget about the Toyota Super High Five carryover. The Toyota Super High Five pool is coming into the afternoon, $43,203. That carried over from Sunday's card. So Toyota Super High Five carryover over $43,000 here for the nightcap. 17 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Lanark. Maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies at 1 1/16 on the turf, listed good, rail at 20 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $43,203. Post time in 8 minutes.
Back to the favorite, Already Charming for Brad Cox and Godolphin Florent Giroux in the saddle. He was just telling me that what happened at the gate, she just got fractious. She actually flipped over and went on her side and ended up running at the end of the day. They let her run, but Flo just took care of her. She wasn't handling the track, and she was stressed out from everything that she'd gone through over at Kentucky Downs. And he said she has not reacted to that whatsoever. They've taken her to the gates quite a bit, and she's been fine. So hopefully it was a one-off for Already Charming with the issue loading into the gates and being fractious, as the comment line reads. She's my best angle of the day. I've got her in a trifecta box with a 1, 2, 4, and 6 for that best angle for today at Keeneland. Let's go over to the 8. Thought the 8 looked really nice. Cold Call. Another G. Watts Humphrey Jr. homebred, daughter of Frosted out of the stakes-winning First Dam Communique, daughter of Smart Strike. Looks well out there on the track, and a big price, 21-1, worth considering here as she makes her debut for Mr. G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Rusty Arnold, with Francisco Arrieta getting the opportunity to ride in the nightcap. 5 minutes away from wrapping up this afternoon of racing. It's the 8th and final here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Lanark. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Already Charming out for the lead. Gimme Mo Baby there. Jakachi is up close in the opening strides. Here comes Tunnel moving up from the far outside. Already Charming is the leader. Here's Tunnel from the outside. Jakachi between that pair goes third. Stanley Market moves up through a crowd into fourth and tries to shift lanes further toward the outside. Twin Cause is going to be wide out in the center of the course in fifth. Gimme Mo Baby shuffled back to the inside in sixth. Cold Call is seventh in between horses. Paris Paramore is in eighth. Zombach is ninth up on the outside. My Sweetness 10th. Hal's Dream is back in the 11th position. And You So Money Baby is 12th. Moves wide from the back onto the back stretch. 23.19 seconds for the opening quarter. Already Charming, Tunnel, Stanley Market to the far outside. They are the top three, separated by less than one length. At a gap of two more, back to Jakachi against the rail in the fourth position. Twin Cause fifth on the outside. Gimme Mo Baby moves up the rail in sixth within 5 lengths of the leader. First half mile, 48.28 seconds. Over to the far turn. Already Charming is the leader. Stanley Market is second. Half length separate the top two. Then a gap of 2 lengths more back to Tunnel to the inside and third. Jakachi alongside that one is in fourth. Gimme Mo Baby is fifth toward the inside. 7 lengths off the lead. Zombach moves toward the center of the course. Gimme Mo Baby is now trying to change lanes toward the outside as well with running to do to the top of the stretch to try to catch Already Charming. Already Charming has the lead by 2 lengths. Stanley Market second. Jakachi is in third. Hal's Dream runs toward the rail. Gimme Mo Baby comes from the outside. And then Paris Paramore. Gimme Mo Baby and Jakachi coming after Already Charming. Gimme Mo Baby. Hal's Dream to the inside. Hal's Dream. Already Charming is there. Gimme Mo Baby down to the wire. What a finish. Photo for the win in the nightcap at Keeneland.
There is a lot to unpack here as we pick it up midway down the stretch. Always Charming out on the front end. She's giving it her all at this point in time. The 4 somehow manages to find clear sailing after being down on the inside. She runs a giant race. Gimme Mo Baby. And up on the inside is the 3, Hal's Dream. This is one of the tighter photos that we have seen this meet at Keeneland Racecourse. That is impossible to call in real time or probably even in slow motion. It looks like it's between the 3 and the 4 as the 1 hung in there as long as she could, and that's the case. Very tight on the wire between the 3-horse Hal's Dream on the far side and nearest us, the 4-horse Gimme Mo Baby.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. He had the photo for the win in Keeneland's 8th race. 3, Hal's Dream, finished first. 4, Gimme Mo Baby, was second. 1, Already Charming, was third. 7, Jakachi, was fourth. 5, Paris Paramore, was fifth. 3, 4, 1, 7, 5. The results of Keeneland's 8th race official. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the Lanark. Number 3, Hal's Dream. Owned by Livin' the Dream 2020 LLC of Patricia Burge, trained by Kenny McPeak. Back-to-back wins to close the card today for Brian Hernandez Jr. Hal's Dream, a 2-year-old filly by Exaggerator out of Pink Palace by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Derby Connection. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the turf. Listed good, 1 minute 45.18 seconds. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5 here at Keeneland this afternoon. In the winner's circle, the Lanark Trophy presentation to the connections of Hal's Dream. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for the next 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races which are scheduled to occur after that time. $3 turf pick 3, 12, 2, and 3, $3,764.10. That concludes live racing for today. First post tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.